Today I'm going to try to create a new variant. I started this yesterday, but I didn't finish, and I tried to compile and there are some errors there, but I know that's because I didn't finish doing everything, so I'm gonna try to figure out today how to do it. And the reason why I'm trying to do this is because, so I figured out, I did a list of almost all the events that Godot has, the normal events, emit signals. Not events, the signals. And I wrote down the type that they're passing, only in situations where the type is different than a simple type like a Boolean or integer or float or a string. So basically I wanted to see what circumstances do they pass classes or stuff that can be more complicated to pass from the place that emits the signal and the place that is going to receive, because I wanted to understand the conversion of types that they do. And what I realized is that, and I think looking back at it, I should have realized this before, but the secret is all on the variant class. So it's basically the functionality of the variant that determines everything. Because on C++, obviously, you can overload a bunch of stuff. So you're basically changing the behavior, let's say, in the way that the language works. So for example, when you have the plus operator, all that the language is doing is just figuring out, it creates a syntax tree. And based on the syntax tree, it's just going to, as it traverses the nodes of the syntax tree, it's going to put the nodes together in order to form something that has meaning. So depending on what kind of language it is, the operators are going to have different functionality. But obviously for the plus operator, usually it's going to add one value to the other. But then there are some differences in languages. For example, some languages you can add a string to a number, and in some languages you can't, because these differences in type matter. Because everything on the final lowest level is going to be converted to binaries, which is just zeros and ones. So basically, all the types usually converts, and the more complex the type, the greater the cost that there is. So floats are more costly than integers, as far as I can think now, because it takes more information to store the value of a float, because eventually it's going to be converted into bits. So on C++, what you can do is you declare an operator function. So the name of the function is operator, and then after that you put whatever the name of the symbol is. So in this case would be plus, so operator plus. And then what this allows you to do is to override the behavior of what's going to happen when you add the instance of a class that has the function with another thing. So it basically allows you to change the behavior of the language in a way. And that's pretty much what they are doing. So I don't understand very well. I have to study a lot more, and that's what I'm going to do now. But basically, so I'm going to show there on the code. This I stopped as the place I stopped before, I think yesterday. So what I'm trying to achieve, so the way that I came to the conclusion, what I'm trying to do is I created global signals from the source code, which is basically, I copy the way that they call the methods on normal signals, but I created another singleton class in order to route the signals through, so that way I can pass a signal from sibling children, or even from different things, I think. Now I'm not really sure if different things is going to be possible, because the way that the scenes work is different than the way that I thought they work. So it might be more complicated to pass through different scenes, but I think it is possible. It is going to be possible. I'm just going to have to figure out. But basically, I'm routing everything through the global class, which works in a similar way that the context in React works. So because I'm doing this new class, I want to figure out, I have this example here, which is, I'm going to have a graph component, and I'm going to have a GUI element, and then I want to change the state of the graph based on the GUI element. And they are going to be sibling children on the root of the scene. So the button that I have there, the custom button, which later is going to be a GUI, is sending information to the graph through this global signal that I created. And for now, is doing based on this single float here, because I'm just basically copying the internal functionality that they use on this function here, which they use this callable structure to so when you connect with the callable structure. This callable is actually a class that holds information for what instance of the thing and what function pointer subscribe to the callable when you created the callable. And then based on that, when you emit the signal, you can find on the callable what function to call and from where to call the function from. So that's basically, this part I'm just getting from them. So it's this part here that does the call. And eventually this is going to use the variant class to cast the types of the arguments. So the way that it works when you emit the signal is that they allow you to pass, they wrap this function with the other ones because the other one is a templated function, this one isn't. I think it is. Let me, yeah, so it is a templated function. So it's basically templated because you want it to accept any type that you put here on the arguments. And then you're going to pass this to here. And here, I think that they make this equal sign exactly because of this point of the variance. So what this is doing is there is some functionality on the variant that overloads the assignment, I think. It is probably on the constructor, I think. So the variant class has different constructors depending on what kind of type you're assigning it to. So these constructors will override the default behavior of C++. So let's say you pass a string here, a string class. Then when you do this equal here, you're converting the string class into the variant type. And the way that this is going to happen is through the custom string function that they declare on the variant class. So that's basically what is happening here. They're converting the arguments, which are the generic types, to the variant type. And this creates a pointer to a pointer. So it's just going to be an array of variants that you're going to pass to this function here that is created here. And this is the key part to understand. So these variants eventually are going to be passed to the call, which is inside of the callable. Then the callable is going to use some variant and variations of variant class to convert all to cast the type of the argument at the moment that it's going to call on the function. So as it passes as the arguments to the function, it's going to cast back that argument into its original type. So you convert it into a variant, then from the variant it's going to convert into the original type, and that's how it's going to call inside of the function that subscribed to the callable. So this is basically what's happening. And all of this functionality happens inside of the variant class based on the custom functions that they created. So now the challenge is, so the thing is, as I was building this stuff, I was thinking about the different possibilities to send the information from this function into the graph. Because what I really want is not to pass only one value. I want to pass a bunch of different values that are going to be reflecting the state of a component that has a bunch of different values for the physics simulation, which is going to calculate the binary set solver. So I need to pass more information, and then I was thinking about two different alternatives. One is to make this function a templated function, and then just pass an arbitrary number of arguments, and then just check inside of the control flow of this function to see the type. If certain types of arguments were passed, and if they were, then I update the value. And the other one is to just create another struct, and then pass the struct from the button to this class here, and then that way I create default values on the struct. And this makes sure that they are both synchronized. So the value on the physics only updates through the components, and they both start with the same value because of the constructor here with the default values. So the first option, it wasn't very good after thinking about it, because I can't only pass unless I remember the order of arguments that I'm going to pass. I can't only pass the argument. I have to pass a more complex data structure to specify what kind of. So let's say, for example, I'm passing floats. I'm going to have to specify that the float that I'm passing is, for example, the theta or the gravitational constant. So I would have to get a more complicated data structure like a hash or something like that in order to be able to pass as a templated thing. So in the end of the day, or I would have to always remember that the order that I'm passing is this one, and then check based on the index. But that doesn't feel very good to me. So at the end of the day, I think that's the best approach for now, is to just pass as a custom struct, which is the struct that I'm using. But the problem is that if you try to pass as a custom struct, you're going to have problems, which on another stream, I spent a bunch of time trying to figure this out. And it's a lot more clear on my mind now, but it's still not clear at all. So I'm gonna have to spend a bunch of time trying to figure out. But basically, at some point, they use a struct called getType or something like that, which is a templated struct that is created through a macro. And then on that struct, they subscribe a bunch of different classes and macros. And that's basically the classes that they are allowing you to use as variants, so to pass information. And the way that it works is basically subscribing here. So there's a bunch of functionality inside of the variant that is going to be related to these classes. And this allows you to use any of these classes to pass information from one point to the other. But if you want to pass a custom struct, then you have to do something different. And the thing is that I think it might be possible to inherit from object, because one of the classes that they allow is object. And there's a difference because some of these classes require you to create new memory and some of them don't. So the ones that create new memory have slightly different logic, which is the case of the object and I think some of this. So I'm not really sure what place my thing is gonna fall through, but I think for now I'm thinking that is more close to a vector where you don't need the extra memory because it's gonna be created inside of the class. So I'm assuming I don't need to use memnew because I'm already allocating memory through the class. So the instance of the struct is going to be a member of the class, so I don't need to use memnew. But then there's a bunch of functionality here that it basically serves the purpose of translating the information from one point to the other. And what I'm trying to do now is to incorporate the... So initially I was going to do this type on the modules, but then I realized that it doesn't make a lot of sense if I'm going to try to change the variant class. And I think it's worth it to change, because I can find other ways to do this, but I think it's worth it trying to change the variant class because I'm going to learn a lot about the way that they translate the arguments. And I think that's... I wanted to do this anyway, so I decided to put this on the core templates and create a header just for the project that I'm going to have, because I'm not really sure if I'm going to put more types here and try to put there. So hopefully, if I'm able to do this, then what I'm going to be able to do is just create an instance of Barney set parameters inside of the custom button class or the GUI class and inside of the graph, and then pass that back and forth between the two, or probably just between from the GUI to the graph to update the physics. So for now, I removed the type, or I changed the type here just so I don't get any errors, and I'm focusing now on the... So I'm gonna close this stuff. I'm focusing on changing the variant class to see if I can solve everything. So one thing that I did already is to add the name here. So basically, on the get type, whatever struct that they use there, they're gonna look for the type here. They're going to assign variants two dots type based on whatever you have here. And then there's some other information, some points that uses the variant max to check some other stuff out. So you have to update the other ones too, but I put variant sut here, which is misc types. And now I'm changing on the other stuff that they do. So I'm trying to go, it's basically this value here that they try to use on the macro, and if you don't have, you get an error. There's a bunch of different errors, I'm not really sure. It's very confusing, but I think it's just because it's C++, so it's kind of annoying to think about all of this, but I think it's going to become more and more clear. Basically, these arguments, this is macros here, they're used to subscribe a bunch of things, and I'm just basically copying this stuff that they did. Hey man, what's up? So I'm going based on the vector because I think the vector is the closest one that I found that is similar to what I'm trying to do. Just basically a struct. But there's some stuff here that I don't understand. I think that the part that I thought was basically this thing here. So there's both this macro here that is supposed to create something, I think, to convert the type you have into a string. And there's another, this thing here, So this is probably where they register all the operators. So I think what this is doing is just adding the functionality of what's going to happen when you try to add or subtract or multiply, stuff like that, the variant. So when you're doing the plus operator, for example, but it's very confusing. So and it's a templated function, and then it changes the type, and this stuff here they create on another file, I think. And there's other stuff that so it's basically this macro here that I was getting the error. That it was the one that I was seeing on another stream. So they use this function here to subscribe the type with this macro at some point, and before here they declare these functions, which I put mine here, just copy it from the vector. And this v data memory is the shared memory in the variant class, which I think is a union that they use to hold the data of whatever type you have there. So it's basically this value here. So there are some that are explicitly defined here, but for this one, and the vector doesn't exist here. The vector is on the memory, and the object is the same thing. So I'm trying to follow that on my stuff as well. So as far as I understand, it's gonna be just like memory. It's gonna allocate this at some points, and then it's gonna access through the 0 index, I think. So it's basically storing whatever the variant type is, the data related to the variant type here. I think it converts based on that at some point. And this is used, as far as I understand now. So this is the other place where the variant max is used, which is just a reflection of the stuff in the beginning there. So just a reflection of this. And it's basically a Boolean value that is specifying whether or not the class needs to be cleaned. So if I allocate memory, then it's true. If I don't, it's false. So I put false here for now, but maybe I'll have to change this at some point. And I think I want to follow from this because I think that the way is like a tree. So the root of the tree to incorporate this stuff is going to be on the variant age. Then everything else that is going to be related is going to be linked to this thing here. So I think it makes sense to go over like top down from this class and then try to incorporate the functionality. And I think that I stopped here because this is the part that I was confused by. Because I don't understand. Because in my situation there, I think I'm not going to have anything that, like, the purpose of the stuff that I'm doing is not to add or subtract or do anything with the class. So it's just to transfer the information. So I'm not really sure how to incorporate this because I think you need to, they create this specific classes for each thing and then they call the register thing there to register this function on this. Oh, this add constructor as well. I'm gonna have to do probably. I think it's on the same. So here. So one thing that I wanted to show as well is the gets type that I forgot. I think it's here. Which is another thing that is massively complicated and I don't like it, but I think it's just because C++, so gonna have to deal with it. But it's basically this get type info. So this get type info I think is the main thing that gets directly. So I have the stack trace here with the error messages, so probably gonna click to show. But basically this is the struct that is directly related to the converting the argument types, and the way that it works is basically there are some custom ones that it's explicitly declares, and there are some other ones that uses this macro here. So the macro passes the type, so just creating instances of this struct based on the macro, and this holds the variant type. So the variant type, as far as I understand, is going to be the type that exists inside of the variant class, which is the type that I was showing there on the enum, I think. So the variant type that it has there is this values here. And this is going to use this later when it's trying to convert the types through one of the functions that gets called when you emit the signal. So this variant type that is accessing here, that is going to be equal to the second value passed here, is going to be is going to be able to access this through the enum, I think. And this type here, I think is the value here. So type is the enum there. And it's basically creating the struct and assigning the value inside of the struct for, that is connected with the value you have here. And then you can put additional information in this metadata thing, just makes it easier to convert probably. And this property info is used at some point to, I think, read and write to the files that create scenes. And it's basically a class that is structured to convert, to hold information or translate information from the, I think, member variables of classes. I'm not 100% sure. So the way that I'm thinking now, and I could be wrong, but it's just extracting the information for properties of a class, which is just member variables, and converting that into a variant. And the variant is going to be the bridge between, I think mainly is going to be the, for GDScript or other scripting languages, just like in the interface between different parts, and also for the signals. So uses to translate the information. And this one is going to allow you to pass metadata. This one is just puts the value of none on the metadata. And then you use this to pass the values here on the stuff you want. And I just copied here mine. So this is going to create this struct with the templated type of barn set, and then it's going to make the type equals to barn set. So when it calls get type info, it's going to see that it has a struct there, and it's going to figure out what type it is. But then I needed the additional information, I think, on the class to allow them to do the rest of the conversion or whatever, which is very confusing. So I'm not really sure which one to go by here. If I should like basically copy from the vector, because I think copying from the vector doesn't make a lot of sense, because obviously the vector is going to have much more functionality. Because the purpose of the vector is to multiply, add, and do all this other information. But maybe I should show. Let me see. I think I can easily find the chart that I did there. I looked into a bunch of signals, but I just wrote down the ones that I thought that there were more interesting classes being passed around. It's basically this chart that I did here. So I just wrote the name of the event, the arguments that it passes in the file that is located. And yeah, I couldn't find the most complicated one. I think is just vectors of strings that it passes and sometimes the object class. But I couldn't find any other class that it passes that inherits from object. I think the way that they did the object class there on the variant is supposed to accept the inheritance. So if you inherit from object, it allows you to pass the type. But I tried that, if I remember correctly. I tried to inherit from object on the Barn set, but it didn't work. It complained about the same stuff. So I'm not sure if I was doing something wrong or it's just something else. So I think the conclusion I got yesterday is that the reason why it's showing this error here is because I didn't implement the constructor yet. Because I think what is going to happen here is going to try to copy the value that you pass through this function. So this is a macro as well. You pass through a macro, I think, that's it's going to declare this class on a templated function or something like that. I have to find this macro again. This kind of the stuff that I don't like because it uses a bunch of macros and there's a bunch of stuff. So it gets very confusing. Whenever there's like, but I think that this is just a problem with C++ language because I think that there's something about C++ that makes it inherently more complicated than it has to be. So I think it's just a byproduct of C++. And I don't think that is the case. That maybe it is, but like the only way to offer more power to change everything, to give like this overload stuff and to allow you to do all this stuff is to allow more complexity because of the types, but I think that's probably not the case. Usually, when something feels like overly complicated, is because there's some fundamental problem that it was done in a way that is not very optimal, I think. So it makes me think that there's probably languages that would be, uh, given the nature of the language, it would make these kinds of things a lot easier to implement. But obviously, I have to study a lot more to figure out whether or not this intuition makes sense. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't make sense, but like it's easy to say that the language is bad, but then like understanding how to create a compiler and to create the language is extremely hard. So that's the reason why, because it's just a hard problem. So I do remember that there is a macro that subscribes this stuff, but I don't remember where the macro, because I do think that I've put the macro there. So I went both through the variant and another class that they use because of one error that I was getting there. So, but I think it's variant internal or something like that. Oh yeah, variant internal. So I think it's on this file here that they subscribe. This init generic, I'm not really sure for like what is the purpose. Maybe it's just to initialize the class. Like it says here, the v is probably the instance of the variant, and then it's like initializing the type of the variant, I think. So you put generic whenever the class you're creating doesn't require to allocate memory, basically. On these other classes, they have to create these other functions because these classes allocate memory, so that they use this memory pool, I think, one of the variants. They have different kinds of buckets based on the size of the class, I think. Though for my situation there, I think I'm gonna leave it like this. Another thing that I don't like about this is that like it's not very scalable because it doesn't allow. Like it makes me think that I did something wrong there on the struct that I'm trying to use because it should be possible to inherit from object because the way that they did objects probably so you're able to do this kind of stuff where you don't need to add a new struct every time you're gonna pass something new. You just inherit from object and then you pass that. But like the one of the key issues is object slicing. So I'm gonna ask because this is another very complicated part. And this is what I mean when I think it's just a difficult problem is that whenever you have a typed language, what's going to happen is that you're going to have either inheritance or composition. But I think it's mainly a problem with inheritance because composition is different, obviously. But whenever you have inheritance, you're going to have to declare the base type in whatever functions you're using or whatever else because the derived types from the base type are unpredictable, obviously, because you're only going to figure out as the code grows. So you're going to have to declare everything based on the base type. And what that means is that probably you're going to get into this object slicing thing in most situations. And object slicing just means that the way that the compiler is going to figure out to reduce the type because the type of the function is the base type, but the type you're passing is a derived type from that. So that's the pathway to reduce the high level type to the base type is it's gonna have a bunch of complexity, I think, inside of the compiler. So probably you're gonna have trade-offs and you're gonna have gradients and it's gonna be complicated. And the same thing happens with the reduction of the pointers as well, which is another very complicated part to think from C++. You have the right-hand side, the left-hand side, and the order of operands. And that's related to the way that you build the abstract syntax tree because the traversal of the tree determines the meaning of the language. So it's both the structure of decisions, which are branches, that creates the tree, and which is a tree of causation, I think, just symbolic representation. So yeah, the question is, how do I ask this to ChatGPT? So if I declare a function, Yeah. So maybe the object slicing doesn't happen when you pass the pointer because the pointer is just going to be like pointing, as it says, through the location memory that the whole class exists. So the way that I imagine in my mind is that everything is an array at the end of the day because that's like the fundamental structure of hardware. The memory is always going to be an array because it has to be. So, and you're going to have virtual memory, which is going to add complexity into the array. That's going to become a different data structure. It's going to change the way that the memory is organized in order to optimize for speed, which is going to be a funnel, because that's the nature of entropy, I think. So just relative funnels. So what happens is that in my mind, I think that the class is going to be place in memory, which is just an array with all the information. So when you pass the pointer to the function, what that means is that inside of the function is just going to look for that place in memory, which means it's not going to cut the memory. But if it has to copy the thing, then it's like you're bringing the class to the stack, but I'm not really sure if that's the case. Because you're copying to use on the stack, and the stack is its own thing. So I think in that case, when you try to copy, then the object slicing happens because it's going based off the base type, but you're passing the higher derived type. So it just cuts out everything that the higher type, that the base type doesn't have on the higher type. But if you pass the reference, then I think that doesn't happen. Or, yeah, that doesn't happen because you have access to the whole memory. So it's something to keep in mind. Yeah, so here I think that's what you do. I'm not really sure if it's here or below. I think it's after. But at some point there is going to call those functions. Here's another function. I just put the type that I added there to get the opaque pointer. So this function is the one that you declare there. I don't remember if I declared this function. Well, actually, I think I did because just getting the... Yeah, it's just this is the definition already. It's not the declaration. So just reinterpreting casting through this type based on the data inside of the memory. So reinterpret cast, the specification there, or the documentation not very good, I think, for this kind of stuff, because, and this is another problem that you always have, because it's a problem of energy, I think, Occam's razor. So it's a lot more efficient to, or like a lot easier to just describe what something is instead of how it works. So the fundamental versus the surface. And basically, the documentation things most of the time is going to be like this. And that's my interpretation. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But in the documentation, they basically just say that what the reinterpret cast is going to do is just going to convert the type you have to whatever type you pass here. So it's going to dynamically do the conversion. But I'm not really sure how that works. So it's basically just converting from the variant to this type here. And then on the other function, to get the pointer, it calls that function you declare there. It's basically this one based on the switch. The type is the one that I showed there, which is going to be the enum. Just accessing that and then just calling the function for the stuff. I think here it is the same thing. So I changed here. And this is a polymorphism. So you declare with the template first, then you declare. When you do this empty here, you're just gonna specialize the template you have here. So if you call this with a type that doesn't have the specification, then I think it tries to call it the base one here, but I'm not 100% sure. But these other ones is whenever you call this struct with this type, then it's just gonna run this functionality and so on. It's just basically doing the same thing. You're just getting the function there, the declare on top, and using polymorphism to specify the different functions. And I put my here. I'm not really sure why it doesn't put object here. This one I think is the same thing, so just polymorphism, but this one is different because you have the macro. I think this is for simple types, so whenever you have integers or the char, which is a pointer, I think use this function here, just get integer. And then here you have the specialization, I think. It's basically setting getters and setters to access the stuff you have there. This part I'm not 100% sure because it is different in the way that you do it here. And I think it depends on the way. So this I'm going to ask that ChatGPT, but the way that I think now is that you can overload the operators, but the way you overload the equal assignment is through the constructor, because the equal is just a copy. So it's different than equal in mathematics, obviously. So when you do equal, you're just assigning the right value to the left value. The left value is usually the place in memory that you have, and the right value is the data. So you're saying, it's like you're putting water in a glass. The right value is the water, and the left value is the glass. You're saying, put this value on this place. And this is the part where it gets complicated with C++ because of this pointer resolution. So there are situations where you can have an address on the right value. So that case would be a left value on the right hand side. That's usually how they do it on the constructor. They just type LHS or RHS, and that stands for left hand side and right hand side. Just basically, LHS is going to be any value that is an address in memory, and the RHS is going to be a data value. But then some problems can happen because on the pointer resolution, so when you dereference something, obviously it goes from the memory to the value. And on that path, then there can be some complications. So I think there are some situations where you have to specify constructors instead of classes that are going to determine what happens on this type resolution, I think. And this is another complicated part. So the reason I'm saying this is because I think that here I'm not 100% sure if the way that I did there is correct, because the way that I did is just by putting the equal sign because I don't have anything on the class. Just have the default constructor. So what I imagine it's going to happen is just going to copy the constructor with the default values because it's the only constructor that I have there when I put the equal sign here. But for the object, they do something different, which is this thing here. They create another function to do this. The get object, I think, is just they have a struct inside the variant that is the object instance. And I think when you create a variant, on the overload operator, I'm going to show the overloads there on the variant. But basically, when you construct the variant as an object, then it stores the object reference in the struct that the variant has. And then you can access that with this getter here. And I think what they're doing is just passing this stuff to this other function, and then this one is going to assign probably. Yeah, so there's an additional thing here. Yeah, so it's just going to assign to the value based on this stuff here. And I think it has to be like this because object is more complicated data structure. So this part I'm not 100% sure, but I think for the way that I did there is probably correct. So it's using reinterpret cast should change the type. Object data is probably the struct. Yeah, it is the struct that they have here. So they store the ID and the object instance on this struct. Just probably initialize. So the way that it works on the overloads, as far as I understand, is you have all these functions here that are operators, and each one of them is going to overload what happens when you assign a variant to whatever the type is. So let's say let me do the vector because it's easier. So let's say I have a vector m0, 0, 0 that I create, and I have variants m2 equals m. So whenever you do this, what you're saying to the compiler is that you want to copy this value of m into the m2 address, and you want this m2 to have this type. So if you don't have this operator inside of the class, it's just gonna throw an error, I think, because it's an invalid operation. But C++ allows you to overload that behavior by declaring this with the same name of the type here. In this case would be vector2. And then inside of this function, you're going to be able to determine what happens when you have that situation. So I think on the object constructor, what they are doing is just creating the struct that they have on the variant there to hold the information on the data memory, and through the get object, you're going to be able to access the instance of the object because it's stored the moment you assign the object into the variant. And then it gets to the stuff that I was talking about object slicing. This is the problem if you inherit from object. It might be the reason why I was getting the error there. So if you inherit from object and then you do all this stuff, is it going to mess up the original class because you are slicing the class into the base type or not? I'm not really sure. I have to ask ChatGPT as well because I'm not really sure. Because here it's already assuming the type, right? So maybe this is a situation where you already initialize so you have both the normal constructor of the variant and you have this operator which is for assignments. So I think on a situation where you already have a variant, you initialize the variant and then you assign the variant to the type, then the type might be different when you assign. And that's why you have these statements here. But when you don't have that, then it's just the default. It just runs the constructor for the vector. Sure. Yeah, there's all these different types of constructor. And this one is another one that I'm confused. So I'm gonna ask GPT, but I think this happens when you initialize a variant, passing one of these types here. And it doesn't, but there is a function there, I remember. I think the definition is, when you press F12 on VS Code, it doesn't go to the right definition. It just goes to the default ones. So I think the default one is it doesn't do anything, which is these ones. Yeah, maybe not because it's accepting another variant, so I'm not really sure. This is for enums. Oh, I forgot to put the 1.5 hour time here. So I'm gonna do 1 hour more, then I'll take a break. Probably do some tea. And I think I'm gonna spend more time than this 2 hours here. I'm gonna try to compile again and just see the errors and follow them again. But I'm trying to see here. So first I think I'm gonna clarify if I'm thinking about it in the correct way with the operators there. I think I am. But then I want to clarify the constructor of the variant, the default one. And this is just overloading the operators when I have 2 different variants. Also, they do have a Nico here. I saw it, but here it also receives the variant. Maybe these ones are, I think this one is probably yeah, so it is a different one. So this is the default probably constructor, so it doesn't happen, nothing happens when you initialize the variant. Doesn't pass anything. On the other ones, it's just gonna take whatever data you pass to the constructor and it's gonna update the value of the type. That's a member variable there. And the value of the data, this underscore data, which holds the memory or instance to whatever you're initializing the variant with, I think. So what I should do, but I'm pretty sure that is an implicit conversion. I think I remember searching this with ChatGPT. So on the emit signal is going to be an implicit conversion. So it's not explicitly because you're not calling the variant constructor. Only on the last element there that is used to make sure that you have at least something on the array, which is just the default constructor, which probably doesn't do anything, just an empty variant. But the other arguments that you pass from the other templated function into the one that is going to emit the signal, or the one that it calls the first templated function. So you're passing the arguments as templates, just assuming like the type that you pass. Then you're making that equal to the variant on the other one. So that's an implicit conversion. So what it's gonna do, I think, is gonna call whatever overloaded function the variant has there for that type, and it's gonna build the variant based on that. I think this is something that I have to do there, but I want to figure out. The only thing that I'm not 100% sure is both the constructor and the operators there. I'm not really sure if I should. I think what I'm gonna try to do is just to not do anything. Just copy the ones that exist there and not do any operator. Because I don't think the stuff that I'm doing requires an operator inside of this struct. And this I'm pretty sure that I've searched for here. And there is so there is the constructor. So it's basically what I saw. Just updating the type and the data. But I think the one that it calls there is not this one, because this one is from when you have explicit construction. The other one is implicit. So I think the other one is the one that is going to use on the mid signal. But obviously I'm going to do both here, as the other ones have. So I am doing right after the array, but some parts is kind of confusing. I think looking back at it, I should probably do one above the array, because the array sometimes it has these other like variations of arrays that you can have, and sometimes you don't. So it's kind of confusing the way that I'm putting there. But it doesn't matter that much because it's just a organization thing, but still kind of annoying. So maybe I do these ones first. Now let's see the equal here. You're just getting the type of the variant on the switch, and then it's gonna update the data. And uses reinterpret cast to cast them to the same type. It's probably a better idea to just go from top down so I don't get confused on which thing I did and which thing I didn't. But obviously I can always look for the errors there on the thing. I think this is when you wanna compare two different variants. I'm gonna do a simple one like this, probably. But the only difference is that whenever you allocate on the memory that the data has, instead of an explicit type like the other ones, then I think you have to use reinterprecast and do this stuff here. So mine is probably gonna be like this when I compare the two. I think these register types, I'm pretty sure that is gonna be similar to the register car types that exist. I should probably, the thing is, if I look for it here, it might be difficult to find because there's other stuff. Yeah, register core types. So it's done along with the other types. This one is the one that I changed to add the singleton for the globals. So this function is called inside the main setup, which happens before the main loop. Here is exactly here that is creating the singletons, allocated memory, stuff like that. So just gonna call this function first and register all the variants, then unregister them. So I think that this is how it works. Like each part of the other classes there is gonna be related to parts of this. So the operators is probably only when you have a class that you wanna add additional functionality, use an operator table. So it's kind of like meta programming because you're creating like a language based on the structure that you have there that allows you to embed functionality on the classes. It is like kind of creating another language. It's probably how GDScript works as well. So each part is probably one aspect of the thing. So this allows methods, operators, then setters and getters to update the values of the members, the constructor and destructors, and utility functions. So let me ask ChatGPT. I'm gonna go top bottom so I don't get confused, but it's getting more clear on my mind. There must be an easier way to do this, easier way, because it takes a shit ton of time to understand how it works. Let me get the ask this stuff first that I was gonna ask. I'm pretty sure that I asked. I'm gonna ask GPT. So, we need this. Yeah, it is what I was saying. So the type is on the right and the variant is on the left. So I'm gonna spend time trying to figure out this stuff, which is the most confusing to me. The part that I'm not really sure here is that like the thing that I'm trying to create is more similar to a vector because it's just a struct, but in this context is more similar to an object. So I'm not really sure which one should base this stuff. Because the object is usually more complicated, both because you need to allocate memory for the object and because it has more stuff into it. I think it comes. Oh, so this is the place that I put the thing there. So I just copy this stuff. It's a macro to register the string, I think. So I think that this is the reason why I'm getting some of the errors there. I just put this stuff here. Yeah, object is here, so they're customized things for the object. It's usually using the same one, the same templated thing inside of this register, which is this operator evaluator equal, but for object it does a custom one. So I think I should see both of them. But this one is also, yeah, but I think this one is used for all of them, which is always evaluator, always false. And then what changes is the type that is passed inside of this type. I think it's not necessary to do it, like I said, because my stuff doesn't have operators, but it's good to understand. And maybe I should put some like simple one. I'm gonna look into the macro first, because I already did the macro there. I think the purpose of the macro, it creates some structure that is gonna convert the whatever type you have into a string. But I do remember looking at it and it's kind of confusing. Yeah, so one thing at a time. So all that the macro does is this while loop. So it just does this one time probably. So do while is different than while because you do this stuff first on the first iteration. Then you do the condition. The while you check the condition first, I think. So just subscribing this to different strings here based on whatever type, whatever class you pass here with the type here. So the class is probably the name of the type you want to pass around, I think, or subscribe to the variant. And the M type is the type instead of the enum there, I think. So I don't remember if it was on this. So it was here. So the first is the struct, the second is the type. So here is gonna be this thing. It's a templated thing with a string and string name. I assume that what it's doing is trying to convert the type you pass to a string or string name. So the last one is a type string. So t should be first is the string, t is the type you have there. That is the value. Oh, and these are the functions. That's I think it complains here. Do mods. Class blah blah. Static certs. Hmm. So this is the thing about the order there. I'm not really sure if I should put after or before. GD extension. Oh, so it's the size of the thing. It's very confusing. It's confusing to understand the context in which this is gonna be used. Then I might have to spend a bunch of time trying to figure out. It's very annoying. This is something related to GD extensions. So obviously I assume I have to put the type that I have there here. And I think it has to be on the order that I have there. Fact color array. So maybe it's on the end here, but I'm not really sure what size it should have put here. So I'm gonna copy the objects and whatever. I don't know what are these values here. So I assume that is the maybe it's related to the member variables of the thing. So let's see. So there's 32, 64, 32, 64. But I think that it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, because there's a lot more stuff. Like a lot more variables. So it doesn't make sense to be the value of the variables here. I'm just gonna try to leave it like this and see what happens. So if I need to do this, I feel in other times, I think I'm gonna try to do different things. So I probably am not gonna look for now how to do it from the object, like inherit from the object and try to pass information through the derived class from the object. Because the issue is like it doesn't make sense to use the object class directly because you need like the whole point would be to pass other information. So you would need another structure. So like I should look into at some point trying to do with something that derives from object. Obviously, it's a lot easier to Like this is what I mean when I say like this doesn't scale well, because if every time that I want to add a new type, I have to go through all of this stuff and changing all these places is really bad. So I think that the way that they did this is having in mind that probably the way that people are gonna implement their own types to pass around is by deriving from the object, because object is the one that is the most generic, I think. So if I do need to incorporate a lot more things to pass around between functions, I think that either I go the variadic template route on the functions that subscribe to events, or in which case I can pass simple types, or I try to figure out how to derive from the object, and then I always derive from the object and pass whatever I want. So let me look at the stack. So either the problem is here or on the register OP thing there. I'll close this. So I remember some of these errors are related to these functions here. I'm trying to, so array pushback. I think it's because of the constructor though. It's not because of this. It's because when it tries to push back here, so this is a value, what it's gonna do is just copy. So you're passing the reference, and I think when you push back, it copies. Yeah, so it's the constructor. So you're assigning one variant to the other. This is gonna be the equal operator there. And the equal operator doesn't work because I don't have the constructor. So I think it's not necessary to have the operators, it's just the constructors that I have to do. So I add the class there, I add the function that overloads the thing, and I add the other ones. So I think this is gonna be probably, it's either a struct or a class, basically the same thing. So as far as I remember, structs, everything is public by default. Classes, everything is private, but they work in the same way. The only difference is that class is private, struct is public. But I think this is created by a macro, templated macro, and it's going to be the same thing. I templated struct or class, and then the macro subscribes everything. And that's how you get access to the pointer. Get pointer is just going to be that function. I think that you declare there, or you define at some point on the header that is just going to access the memory on the union. I need to remember if I did this as well. So I think this is probably a macro as well. Oh, it's probably going to the wrong place here. I think it's going to the wrong place. It's on the, I'm pretty sure that I did this. It's type info. Fuck. See if I can find here. I think that's probably one of the first things that I did there. Yeah, it's the macro here. So I did this one. Oh, there's another thing about the theme there. There's an assert that was giving a problem because you need to have the same amount of icons that you have for variants. So I think for each variant they use a specific icon to, on the editor there, when you're selecting things, it's going to show up the icon. So Obviously, I don't have anything for this stuff that I'm doing, so I just left empty. There is a situation where you check to see whether I have the icon or not. So apparently it's working now. It's just not gonna show anything on the editor, I think, which is fine. But obviously, this is probably the next thing that I'm gonna look into. Once I figure this out, then I can implement the events. Then once I implement the events, I'm gonna start looking into clarifying the style of everything and how to change the themes, how the themes work, the positions of each thing. I think at certain points I should probably look into the shaders as well. I think I'm not gonna have to because you can do everything from the classes. So it's basically gonna be the same. Like obviously the calculations are the same because based on first principles of programming, of graphics programming, just gonna be the multiplications of the matrices. But I do want to understand more how do they implement this stuff and how exactly are the shaders being used, and then the whole part is going to be very complicated, which is the Vulkan stuff and the OpenGL. Like the differences in the different drivers you can use and how they're going to interact with the shaders to actually run and build everything. Because I think it might be necessary at some points, and I do think that they also allow you to implement your own shaders from the editor. There's a lot of other thing is kind of complex. But I think it does, depending on the way that they structure the control nodes, I might have to dive into the shaders because of the things that they implement and the positioning, the way that they do positioning. So I want to understand how does that work. But here I just opened the vector struct to look for the example that I'm basing off the other one. So I forgot where, I think it's this one, yeah. So I think, so this is the operator on the other one that's registering. I was gonna evaluate based on this stuff. I think this is the one that was another template thing. Not really sure, is the one that I was looking at before, but I'm not really sure if I implemented this. I didn't. Oh no, I have here. So I did. So let me look into the other stuff because I forget the names of each thing. Let me go from the beginning again. So this one they implemented. Just gonna get the pointer and compare or add. It's the same. But this one I'm not pretty sure. Over return that. So I implemented both this and the other one. This one I don't remember. Also I have to see the other parents there. I'm pretty sure I did on this one. I think I just copied. Yeah, so I copied here. So I have this one and the other one. I think it's just because of the overloaded thing. But I have to see. I have to put there inside probably somewhere. Inside of the register OP. And this one is the same, so. So operators again. So this is the adds, the subtract is gonna use the same stuff, I think. Yeah, same stuff in a different way, obviously. Multiply, same stuff. So you're just using the custom. So basically the way that it works is that you have these main structs that they use. Each struct is implemented with polymorphism using macros for each type. And then you have these classes that are going to use these structs as a way to implement basic operations. So templated classes, and you have to register that based on the whatever class you have there. So basically, I think I just have to copy the types for my thing there. And the question I have is why does the object has a different one? So I think for these basic operations, you probably just do you probably just copy, so just do the same. But for other stuff, you might have to create a unique one. I'm not really sure. So this is the first specialization. The confusing thing is that my case there, I'm not sure how this other stuff would work, because just getting the pointer, the address, and then is doing some stuff. Like it's the how it doesn't make sense in my mind to divide one struct that I have there with another one. So I don't know how this stuff works here. So for that reason, I think I might have to. The question is, what is the difference between these ones and the other ones? Might have to look into this convert function. It's just using reinterpret cast with the type. And code is creating a function pointer. No, what the fuck is this? It's a void pointer. This one I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. It seems that it's creating a void pointer from the type you're passing. But how does that work? I never understood void pointers very well. I think it has to do with conversion of types, something along those lines. It's creating a pointer to the original value here based on the void type. The void type is the same. So maybe it's creating a bridge to the original type. So I think a void pointer is just a generic type in the way that it works here. You're just creating a placeholder to access the value of the original type through the void. I think that's how it works. True form suitable. Let me look into the decodes probably. Is there a decodes? No. So the decodes probably convert. So convert just takes the void pointer and transforms to the original type. So I think it is like it's creating a bridge to and from the original type through void pointers. That's what's happening. So here you convert the vector into the left and right void pointers into vectors, and then divides them. So I think this division is only going to work. So the question is whether or not the more complex types. So I have to look into the object, and then I have to see if the object overloads these operators. So what happens when you try to divide on a class that doesn't have the thing? Let me look into this is the generic one and also does the division. It's obviously going to be based on the A and B type, and R is probably return. So the question is what happens when you try to assign a class that doesn't have the thing. I think that's the point. Like, if you don't overload, then you don't. So I'm gonna look into the object. So I think you only subscribe here if you overload the thing on the class, because the division that is gonna happen. So basically, what is happening is that it's using a void pointer as a bridge between the different types. So as a common denominator, let's say, and so it uses those functions of encoding and decoding to translate the types. And then after it translates the types into the same one, then it does the operation. So the operation is only gonna happen if you overload inside of the class the function that is responsible for that. So if you try to register, I think on the vector tree, and the vector tree doesn't have overloaded the division operator, and then you do the thing here, then I think it fails because the class doesn't have, so there isn't a way to divide that class with another. So here, so the vectors is obviously, so I think I have to look for the object, just see, because the object they use different structs as well. Just see if I have to register or not. Also, I'm gonna look into this one. So those templates are being used on this function and then passing by here. So this is going to be the struct created by the macro there. So the get return type is just going to access to the type on the variant type you have, and it's gonna. So it's using this global variable here to. So it's basically creating a table like the name says, and it's based on the value of the variant max, which makes a lot of sense. So it has a maximum value for the operators and a maximum value for the variants, and then it basically creates the indexes based on that. So the first value is going to be the operator. So it's like creating a column that each column has a table, I think, or each row has a table. That's the way that I'm picturing on my mind. So the first one is going to be the type of operator you're doing. The second one is going to be the first type, and the second one. So it's allowing you to build the functionality to do these operations with the different variants based on the types. And then it's storing the functionality based on the struct that it creates there on the other one. So I was gonna look into this one and copy. So this one I think I don't need to change because it's gonna be the same for all. So it's basically what kind of operators you support for the thing. So in my case, I think I'm not gonna do anything. So we're just gonna look into the object class and then see what operators do they do on the objects. Maybe the assignment, but I'm not pretty sure because assignment is gonna be a constructor. So yeah, I think it's just comparison. So comparison, I probably do. Yeah, best way is probably to look into the objects. But it's becoming a lot more clear on my mind how it works. And now I forgot where the thing came from. Just let me go from here again. Yeah, here. So blah blah blah. I think this one is failing because as I said, I didn't overload yet the constructor there on the variant. So it's basically saying that the object is going to have a different constructor there than the default ones created by the macros to encode and decode information. I think probably the reason why is because it's more complicated. So I think in my case, I don't need to register these operators, but it's good to know how it works. So these ones are basically comparison operators. So allows you to determine how you compare one with the other. Oh, this is the object one. I think I skipped here. Yeah, always. So I need to see if I can find if they have a. I think it's probably here, but they don't have a comment. True. So let me go based on this stuff here from the top. So I have add, append, subtract, multiply, x farm, divide, mod. This one's to convert to a string. And power, negative. It doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense to put a negative. So I think this is the place. Okay, 520. So I think this checks to see whether or not one class is equal to the other. So the question is, what is different between, so let me put this together. So what is different between the object one and the other ones? I think just, so here's comparing based on the ID. So maybe I should do another struct here and another class, and then I just put based on all the values that I have there. And this is evaluating the types of pointers. So pass 3 void pointers and it's gonna check based on the function that it has there on this one. It's gonna convert into the using reinterpret cast probably shoot the type and see if it's equal to the left, and then store the value on this one based on this encode, I think. So when you call this, you're probably using the third value to determine whether or not they are equal. So let me try to think what is the simplest way possible to do this. On my case there, whether or not I need to do this. I think the equal I kind of have to try to implement. Because the equal, I maybe I don't need to implement right now because I don't see a point. Because the way that I'm always gonna do for the stuff that I'm implementing is gonna be just based off the is only gonna be one place of communication, I think. Because the physics is determined by the GUI, and that's it. So there isn't, at least I can think about right now, reason to send information from the graph to the GUI again. Because the interaction with the graph doesn't change the parameters of the physics model. So I think the physics model is just implemented. So like there isn't a reason to check whether or not the two instances of the struct that I'm gonna have there have the same values because it's only one direction of information. And they both start with the same values, which are the default constructor. So I think I don't need to implement this. But I'm gonna see on the other ones if it is like what is the difference. I think this is the generic one that they use. Maybe I can try to implement the generic. It just gets the pointers and compares them, and then stores the value here and it returns true. And here is just converting based on the macro again, on the templates. So I think I should try to do it with these ones that are always used. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, but the here is it returns bool, so I can't really do it. I can't really use this. Oh no, this is a return type, so I think it doesn't have to be the type of the yeah. It's just the return type, so I think I can use this. Just copy from the ones there. Yeah, I'm gonna do this for one by one. So this one I'm just gonna copy this and try to see if it gives any error. Oh, maybe I use this. I think this is just a different operation. But the other ones, I think it doesn't make sense because I don't see the points of doing this with the class that I have there. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy. So I copy the generic one and just put my type there. As one. And I'm gonna do it after the eraser. Question is why does it access like that? I think it should be the same path, same thing here. Or so. So the question is why does it access like this? It's probably because of namespace. Hmm. I think it's because there are two different RIDs. So, but I'm not really sure how it works here because this is not declared here. So usually, if I remember, I'm gonna refresh my memory, but this is just to access from a different namespace. But I don't remember exactly. Let's say you have a struct that you declare inside of a class and another one that you declare outside, and they both have the same name. Then you use the two dots to specify your one to access the one that is declared inside of the class. But here, there isn't anyone. So I'm gonna ask, what is the point of the two dots there? Also, it's the other way around. So it's because the class doesn't have the thing. So I think it's the other way around. It's not the way that I saw it. This is when you have a something on the global scope and you want an access from inside the class. It's just file like this. So that makes more sense because there isn't any RID here. So I think in my case, it's just gonna be normal. No, actually, I think it has to be the same thing. So the question is why the other ones are not like that. 'Cause the other ones are also declared outside. I think it's the ones. So, but that doesn't make any sense because of this. So, like, if the purpose of this is to access the one that is on the global thing, and why it doesn't use on all of them? Because all of them are outside of the class. Maybe our IRID is declared instead of another scope. I don't understand. So I think it has to do with some namespace somewhere. It might be because the RID. So I think if I remember correctly, RID stands for resource ID, and is the way that they track the resources on servers. I think some of the servers. This part I don't understand well, but it is basically how they track resources. But I don't understand very well how they manage the resources with the servers. But it might be different in the way that they declare this for the first time. So they do it inside of a scope or something. I'm not gonna spend too much time with this. I think it just probably RID is declared in a different namespace on like on the engine at some point on the initialization there. So I'm just gonna try to do it with the normal way that the other ones are initialized, like this. So let me see, always false. And does it have the object here or not? So object comes after RID. It doesn't have the object here. So I think the first one is it's A and B, so is the comparison. Just comparing one with the other. So first case is when you compare the thing with a new. New I think is just no value. There's just no pointer probably. And here is the other way around. So I'm gonna copy. The object is not here, but so let me see if the vector is because I'm not really sure if it makes sense. But here is just gonna encode the return value as false. So I guess this something should return false. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put there. So there is the vector here. So I'm gonna copy from the vector. Just change the name. Not equal is probably the same. No, not equal is different because it depends, I think, on the class. So now let me look at the vector and see if the vector has a not equal overload. Yeah, it does have. So I think this is one I shouldn't put. Or I can put and so I guess I can implement this on the structure I have there. Because what I could do, I just accept another value and then I just check to see. I just do basically the same thing that they did here. The question is that worth it? Because the thing is, I'm not gonna use right now, but it might bite me in the ass later. So that's the problem. I think the only one that I'm gonna use is the equal to assign when I pass. And to, yeah, both when the equal to variant, which is the overload, and the equal to the class itself. So I pass from the button side, I transform the variant set into the variant when I pass to the connect or to the emit. Then from the other side is gonna be again from what I thinking about now. Yeah, I think it's gonna use reinterpret cast to cast from the variant to the variant set parameters value again on the function that receives the signal. Then on that function that receives the signal, I can either copy, so make it equal. So one equal to the other, in which case I think it's just gonna, yeah, but this is the thing because if it uses the default constructor, it doesn't make sense. No, I think that the constructor is only gonna have the default values when, yeah, this is the question. So what happens when I make one equal to the other? I think it should just copy all the values, but maybe it just runs the constructor. So but the other thing I could do, which is easier, is just manually assign each value based on the other one. So I just access the floats, and I think that then I don't have to think about all this stuff. So on the function that receives the signal, I'm going to receive as the type, the barn set parameter type. Then I access the values of the one that I receive, share the floats, and then I assign the floats on the other one to that. I think that's probably better to do it. I can also check to see if the values are different. Then if they are different, I assign. That's probably better. No? The thing that I was thinking about is that doing these ways is slightly slower probably than doing it with the variadic template, but I'm not 100% sure. So obviously you have to reassign. Yeah, but this way, like you would have to check all the values, even though you might not reassign all of them, but you do have to check. The other ones you would loop through the array, so like if you only change one value, is faster. But I think it doesn't matter that much because the way that I did that component was by changing from the way that Vue.js works. So I studied how Vue.js works, then I changed that. And the way that Vue.js works, so there's the example there on the site. They're basically refreshing the components each time because Vue.js is on the browser, and it seems that it works fast enough to update everything. So they create new elements each time, I think. They remove and then create other ones with the new values. So it's like similar to the way that React used to work. I'm not sure if React still works like this, but it's like creating a new object every time that you change the values, and that's the reason why it has a bug there. Physics example. So the way that I'm gonna work, the way that I'm gonna do here is gonna be very similar, but just gonna update the values. So I think it's fine. It's not that big of a deal. Trying to find the example. So I basically changed the component from this. And as far as I remember, every time you change a value here, it's gonna basically create a copy, I think, from the whole thing again with the new values. So this is done based on an array that they have there that is connected with the engine, the physics that does the calculation for the positions of whatever shows up here. And then there are some functions that are based, I think, on event listeners that they create the DOM elements based on whatever new value have. So they're basically copying the object. They're doing a deep copy on the object and then replacing the values. And I think that's the reason why when you click here, like the minimum is supposed to be minus 30,000. But because they're always replacing, there's this bug where it can go forever. But it might be a feature instead of a bug because it's probably better this way. So it doesn't limit the thing. So it's basically the same logic in a slightly different way that I'm doing there on the thing. I should probably allow to, but I think this is not going to be very hard to implement. Like to stretch the limit every time that it gets to the limit there. So that way allows flexibility. Or to maybe customize the limits, allow to customize. But I think it shouldn't be that hard. So the point is, I'm not gonna do this now. Maybe it fucks me up later. I'm gonna try to not do it, but I think I could use the simple one there and just overload the operators on the struct. Actually, I'm not really sure. I think I'm gonna roll on the RNG. Because it's kind of like the same thing, so it really doesn't matter that much. Because doing, like the point for doing is that I'm gonna be forced to learn things. Or, like implement the thing. And not doing is faster, because then there's less things to think about. If there are less, not do it. If there are more, do it. Okay, so I wrote to not do it now, so I'm not gonna do it. If I need it, I do it later. But I don't think I'm gonna need to do it now. So I'm gonna do some tea and yeah. Then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna continue to try to build this. So next thing to think about is I think I'm not gonna have to do any one of this here. It's just gonna do the constructors. There's a right after this, I think. I'm gonna follow this list here. I'll follow these functions here. Then after I implement this, then I'm probably gonna implement the operator to transform from the class to the struct that I have, the type. And once I finish doing this stuff, these things, then I'm gonna test again to see, try to solve the errors. Yeah. So I'll be right back, probably half an hour. So see you then. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, so I think I'm not gonna implement here. We're just gonna move on to the other one, which is probably gonna be. I have to remember which one I did there. I think it's on the same file. Oh, it doesn't have anything. Yeah, so never mind. So I think this is related to the variant methods, which is related to the classes indirectly. But probably I don't need to put anything here. It's probably using the class DB bind methods to bind these methods that are from the variants but related to the class. It might be necessary to try to implement this because of this stuff here. But I think that the call P that gets called there is not from this, it's from the callable. Yeah, I think it's not. I'm gonna try to not do it and then see what happens. If I get an error, then think about it. This is the thing that I want to just see. It's kind of hard to understand. Oh, there's another thing that is not not sure if confusing is the right way to describe this, but there's two different vectors. So the vector that it uses this here is from the core methods, or from the core math methods, I think, or from core math something. And then there's another one which I think is the one that is used outside of this on the engine. I'm not really sure though, but I think that there are two different types of vectors. Yeah, so there's the vector on the template, which is this one, and then there's the vector that I use there. So I think that the only difference is that this is a normal vector, the other one is vector true. So it's like it's probably the math one is used for calculations on the matrices probably, and this one is used to hold other kinds of information throughout the engine. So I'm not really sure what are these methods here if they come from the vector class itself, and then is like binding them there. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. I'm not sure. Yeah, so it does have an angle here. So it's probably the method's wrong. The question is why not bind to the class DB here, but I think you have to bind in the context of the variant because of the way that they use the functions there to call. So it might be, but the thing is the struct that I'm adding doesn't have any methods, but if it did have methods, then I think it's good to understand how this works. But I think you probably just call it's probably similar to the way that the normal bind methods work for the normal classes that inherit from object. Just call the function and then you pass this macro inside of the function that is gonna accept the function name and the parameters. I think the only difference here is that the first one is the class, then the second one is probably the name of the function, and the other ones are the parameters that the function receives, probably. Oh, but this doesn't receive anything. Hmm. So maybe it's different. The first one, so the first is a type, the method, then name, and default. I'm pretty sure that the variance doesn't have any method like this. Yeah, doesn't have angle. So the only thing that makes sense is the method from the class. Yes, subscribing here based on this pattern, which is just gonna concatenate method with the name of the class with the name. Or yeah, method with the name of the class, name of the method. So probably this is used when you initialize a variant with the other constructor, and then you call the function from that variant. It's gonna access whatever functionality it has here probably. Or whatever functionality the class has through here, I think. But I'm not really sure. Yeah, there are variations of this, the way that this is called, but this is from other places. So I think on the mid signal it's not gonna use this. Yeah, this one I think it does use, but probably guess through this point through another route. I think it is exactly this one that it uses. So this is the callback that is gonna call. Uh, But here, I think it gets here through a different path because here is gonna be the function that you created a callback with. So it doesn't make sense to be the function from the variant because the function doesn't need, yeah, but the arguments have to be, I think, because the arguments that the function is gonna receive, yeah, but it still doesn't make any sense because like the method from the class that is subscribed doesn't need to be on the variant, I think. It's just inside of the callable so that is able to access it so that you can call here as a function pointer. But it's the arguments that the arguments have to be parts, but the function doesn't. So it just passes an argument and not you're not gonna have to call the functionality for passing a class. So I think it doesn't. It's probably not necessary for the stuff that I'm doing there. It's only if the class that you register has methods. Register variant methods. So, yeah, but it's kind of weird. It should be the variant methods, but I think it's the methods for each class. So let me just move on to this other thing. So nothing to do. This is going to be this function here. Base type, got type info, member. So this is the member you're getting from the thing. So this one I think I'm gonna have to do. So I think vector only has x and y as members, and access counts. The access counts global. It's probably the private things. So it saves on this union, which is a struct, which is a union. So either you save as width and height or x and y. And either you use this struct or this other one with the coordinates. There's just going to be an array of floats. Initialize at 0. So yeah, I think you have to put all the, so I'm gonna have to do the ones that I have there. Oh, the other thing I was thinking about, like maybe it's better to change the name of this. Yeah, but I think I'm not gonna use anything like this on the module itself. I spent some time thinking about this, but I think I'm just gonna leave it like this. Just like what name to put here, because the thing forces me to do them on separate ways, because obviously it makes more sense to make this struct as part of the variant, the same stuff that goes on the variant thing, rather than the modules, because the modules is more for like customizations on the engine, and this type feels more like a, well, obviously like is a, for now it's just one type specific for what I'm trying to do, but I might put more types, and I wanna have a way to uh, like make it easier to know what types are related to the stuff that I'm building on the thing there. But I'm not really sure if it makes sense to make it like this or put another generic name or just put the name of the because the reason why I didn't want to put the name of the type is that I might do more types and I think it makes like more sense to put them all in the same header file. So there isn't a bunch of stuff. But I'm not really sure about this. Yeah, but I think it doesn't matter that much. So I'm gonna leave it like this now. And I'm gonna have to, for each one of these, I think I'm gonna have to put there on this thing here. So I think first I have to see how this works. Oh, it's because it's the name, and this is kind of annoying. So how do I find where this is? So it's here. Yeah, so different types of variables, you have different macros there. It's probably gonna be. Oh, this is the thing as well. I made one of the numbers a double, I think. Yeah, the gravitational constant. So I'm just gonna copy where it makes sense. I'm gonna do at the end there probably. Let's see, kind of. So they all register as doubles. I think just use this one and then I put floats on the ones that are floats. It's kind of weird that it's registering the vector as a double instead of a float. So maybe I should do all of them as a double. Because this is supposed to be float. Yeah. Oh, so it can be double. Hmm. So I guess they use double because double is bigger. I have to remember this as well. But I think that the other values are not gonna pass. Like floats. Because they are always small. So the only one is gravitational constants that goes a lot. But I want to remember. Yeah, it's just very big. I'm not really sure if this is correct. If I remember correctly, the floats 4 bits. 32 bits. 4 bytes, not 4 bits. So 4 bytes is 32 bits. So I think it does make sense to be very high. So I think I can use floats for all of them. I'm gonna leave the way that it is there. So I'm just gonna copy and put, just copy the stuff. Stuff. Yeah. So now here, register the members. One thing I'm not really sure is if it's, how does this work? I think you don't need to specify the values, and it doesn't throw an error for whatever reason. I have to open that again. Hate when this happens. Okay. I should just Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. Make sure there is no typo. So this one is both. So I'm not really sure. Oh, it does both on this one, based on the other thing. So I think you only have to do it once here, because this macro subscribes both. depending on what kind of thing it is. So I have both functions. Get and sets. So this should be correct. This one is the one that's... I think I didn't see these ones. There's another thing. Hmm. Also, it's on the same file, I think. That makes sense because the struct is there. But it could be from the other one. No, this one is here, so. So it uses this one. Yeah, so basically the same stuff. So I think this is just for when you have a vector. Tracks is based on the index. So probably I don't need to do this. I just realized that I might have to do this one more time or more times. Because I remember on the front end, I did do two different ones, one for the physics simulation and another one for the edges. And I also remember that the different physics simulations, the different physics solvers have had different values. So the question is, so maybe, so I think what I will end up doing is just change the name. But then I'm gonna have to change the functionality as well. So I was gonna say change the name from Barney set parameters to just parameters or something, and then make it generic and make it based on whatever. But then you have to change the functionality of the struct to change what kind of values the thing is gonna have. So I think it's easier to just separate into different structs, but then it becomes a problem because of the way that this is set up. So maybe the best way is to understand the object, how the object works, and then try to do it. I either inherit from the object or... So I think next time, so for this one, I'm gonna do it like this. Then next time I'm going to try to create something that inherits from object and then see how that works. And either I redo the one that I did as a abstract base class, and then the other ones are just variations. Or I just inherit from object and they change the way that I did there. Or I just leave this one as it is now, and the other ones I just do with the object. I think that so it was basically complaining when I tried to inherit from object because of the get type struct, get type info or something like that. So I'm not really sure how that works. I think it's I understand now. So the problem is that I inherit from object, but I declare the type as the derived class type, which is Barnhuts. So what I should have done is just pass as the object. Yeah, but it doesn't matter anyway because I think doing this is good because it forces me to understand how the variant, like now is a lot more clear on my mind how everything is connected and how the variants work. So I think it is worth it. So I'm gonna finish this one, but now I understand the mistake that I did there. So on the functions that I had on the graph, on the module, I was putting the type of the derived one, and I should have put as an object type. That's the problem. So here I was putting this as the struct that I created there. And then on the struct I was inheriting from object. But maybe now that I think about it, so I think I'm pretty confident that it's gonna work if I, instead of doing this, I just put as the object there. So what I should have done is put as object here. I'm gonna look into the file that I did again, this one. So it looks like they pass as pointers. So there are some events that they pass the object and they pass as pointers. But the thing that is kind of problematic, but I think it's kind of easy to solve, is that obviously going to be creating this. So what I could do is just initialize on the constructor of the GUI, because the object requires memory allocation. So I'm not really sure if this is like bad. Or I can try to just do it as a member variable. I declare the type as the one that inherits from the object, and then on the thing I just pass as object pointer. And then I use that one to update the values. I think that works actually. So yeah, let me think about how should I go about this now. So I do think I am gonna finish this stuff, this type here, to learn how to integrate or clarify how it works. But then I think it changes the way that, because the other ones makes more sense. So maybe I'm gonna finish it. I finish this, the implementation. Then after I finish this, I just go back. I just delete everything. Or I don't delete everything, but I change the type here. So I'm gonna change the type to work as an object. Then I inherit, I include from the new file that I created there, the one that I have, which is the barn set parameter, which I am doing on the header, I think. So I'm already including here because I just commented out and I was gonna use. So what I'm gonna do is just change that. Yeah, but then the problem is if I inherit from objects, it's gonna fuck over everything, I think. I'm gonna have to remove. So what I can do is just do another one. So yeah, I'm gonna do another type that is the same basically, and just put it on this folder here. And then I test to see if inheriting from object works. And if it does, then I just delete the stuff that I did with the other one, and I use object instead. Because I do think it's a lot easier to do like that. And I knew like it did make more sense for them to do it like this, because then obviously it's a lot easier to scale. The only problem we have is the object slicing thing that I talked about, but it does make a lot more sense. Like you have a couple of specific types that you're gonna use because the engine needs them, like the vectors. And then you have one which is the object type, which is what everything on the visualization is gonna do, because everything inherits from object. And then that way you allow people to pass any class they want, as long as it inherits from object. The only problem is the reduction of the type to the object. Yeah, the thing though is that, so I'm gonna test to see if it works. I'm gonna see, because it might fuck it up because I'm passing, like the main point is to pass the member variables from the new struct. And if I declare it as object on the base, then it might slice the member variables from the struct and only allow me to access things from the object. If that's the case, then I just go with the other way that I did things. But I think actually it's not going to be the case because I'm going to pass as a pointer, not as a copy. So when you pass as a pointer, it still has the same place in memory. The only downside is that you have to allocate memory this way. So maybe it's better to do it the way that I'm doing, because then I wouldn't have to allocate the memory, because the memory is already being allocated by the initialization of the class. So the problem with doing with the object here is that I would have to do it on the constructor, I think. So I declare, I'm gonna test obviously to see if I can just declare here and then if it's gonna work. Maybe, I think it probably does work because it's gonna call the constructor for the thing here. I still don't know, so maybe we should ask ChatGPT, should try to clarify. What is the difference between, why does the object require the initialization and the other classes don't? The vector doesn't require. I don't understand that very well. It might be because of forcing line there. Because of this macro here. No discard is just telling the compiler to not ignore the value and throw an error if you're not gonna use it or something like that. So it doesn't have anything. And so the question is, so I'm gonna try to ask ChatGPT. I think the reason why objects require memnew initialization is because of the memory pool, and because they're gonna be stored on the global object, which is the object slots, which is how they keep track of all the objects. So you need to initialize the memnew to put the object on the mempool and to put it on the object slots. But I'm not really sure about this. Also, it's because the vector doesn't, but the vector does have a constructor here. Oh, maybe here is the force line. So it's probably the difference, and I think this, yeah, this is built in from the MSV compiler. The other ones use other stuff, but it's probably the same stuff. So it's probably because the construct is always in line, probably pastes the constructor code for the vector into the struct instead of allocating memory, I think. So I think it's because the object constructor is gonna run through the class DB stuff, and like I said, it's gonna put the object on the memory pool and then uh, put it on the object slots as well. Yeah, so this is what I was thinking about. I think means that it's just gonna write the data inside of the struct, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, where the code is inserted directly. So it copy pastes whatever happens inside of the function directly on the compiler, on the where you put the inline. So there's I'll ask this question already, but I wanna remember which is the difference between inline and macro. I think the difference is the macro is preprocessed, but I'm not really sure if inline is gonna be, because that should be, maybe it is the same, but it happens in a different stage. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. So the macro just replaces the stacks, and the inline probably replaces the codes. So they are basically the same, but happen at different stages. So the difference is that the inline is going to change the call stack. It's going to change the stack because you're not adding an additional scope, I think. You're just calling the same in the same place. With the macro, it just replaces the text. So it works in a similar way, but it's just different stages, I think, of compilation. Yeah, so I forgot where I was. I started thinking about this stuff. Yeah, that I'm gonna change things. So let me go back from here. So I was at this point, I think. So I was wondering if I have to do this or not. I think I don't have because it's gonna be. This is just for when you wanna access through the index, a vector probably, and this is for a dictionary. Yeah. So this shoe I think I don't need, so I can go through these ones, which is the unregister. This one's just gonna be generic. It's probably the same thing. It doesn't have anything. So the constructor probably gonna need. At this part I didn't understand. I remember looking into this and I didn't get. I don't know what's SRA. I guess just putting everything together. So I guess all I have to do is pass this thing, then I put all the arguments there that it needs there as strings, and it's gonna figure out somehow. So it passes through this stuff. It's gonna be a string. So it passes a string in this thing here, and then pushes the arguments here. The fuck? Hmm. So what does this do? Hey man, what's up? I think it just returns everything as a vector of strings. So I have to see this one and the other one. So T is probably the instance of the class, P is the parameters that you use to initialize the constructor. And then it's going to use this variant caster to cast as the type. So I have to see. This one is the same, I think, that it uses on when it's translating the types on the emit signal. And I think the way it works is basically just using reinterpret the cast at some point. So it uses a standard library function to remove the pointer, I think. And then after that, it uses reinterpret cast, I think. Because just like variables, just like values in memory, or just like values of data have types, the pointer also has a type in C++. So both have the pointer type and the data. And I think usually it's going to be the same. So like if you have the integer as a value, the pointer is going to be of type integer. But I think it's not always the case that this happens because it gets complicated when you have multiple different pointers, like a pointer of a pointer to a pointer, stuff like that. And I remember seeing stuff about these parts, but I never seen, still so far, like something that's. But I am thinking about going over Jason Turner's videos again, and finishing the list there that I put to review concepts. The problem is that this kind of stuff is kind of complicated to find because it's usually going to be stuff that depends more on the context, so it's unique to every situation. So it's kind of hard to find videos that actually explain, because I watch probably all the videos about all the topics on YouTube about specific stuff, but none of them talk about this stuff that actually is hard to figure out. Uh, like they do, it is very useful because like it's the surface level stuff, but like once you try to get deeper, then it becomes harder to find videos because it's just the nature of how it works. And I talked about this before. It's like the paradox of search engines. So it just becomes harder to find videos. And it's exactly because of this, because like it would take a massive amount of work for the person to do like all the code that it would require to use this stuff on a specific way that uses these complicated things just to show and then edit everything and then put like it's a lot of work and not a lot of people would click, I think, would watch. So most people are not incentivized to do it. But there are the best videos are from Jason Turner, so that I found on this stuff yet. And there's other guys that he recommends as well, but I forgot their names. But it's basically using, so I'm gonna search for this as well. I think I searched, but I think it's just removing the type of the pointer from the template that it passes there. And then after it does this, then it does the reinterpret cast. Provides the member type def type, which is the type pointed to by t. Or if t is not a pointer, then type is the same as t. If the program adds specialization for a remote pointer, the behavior is undefined. Not sure if I understand, this is thing. Why is this member type def type? So it provides the type pointed to by t. Oh, so I think it's because you're passing. Yeah, not really sure. So because you're passing this as a reference, then it creates the type of that reference because of the template. And that's probably how it works. Or maybe it's a. So I think this is another one of those things that works with the macro. So you have polymorphism to specify the different types, I think. But I'm not sure because it doesn't have. So maybe when it doesn't have, it's just gonna use the generic one. So it's probably not necessary for me to do the one because usually it's gonna use this one. I remember going over with the debugger and it's usually gonna use this one. So yeah, so I think this is just creating the pointer with the type. So it is not what I was thinking initially. So I think what this is gonna do is gonna check to see if the pointer has the base of object. And I don't remember the const expression as well, but it's basically const for expressions like the name says. But I don't remember. I do remember there's kind of annoying. Sure, there's a bunch of videos that Jason Turner talks about this. I have to review this, but I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. But I do think that what is happening here is just checking to see if the pointer type has the base type of object, because object is gonna implement this function, which is a dynamic cast. So it's dynamically casting to the pointer type of the template here, which is going to depend on what kind of variant you're passing. So what all of this is doing, I think, is just translating the variant to the pointer, to the type of the actual class the variant references. But I'm not 100% sure. It's probably based on this and the dynamic cast here. So the dynamic cast is the thing that matters. Because this is going to convert the type of the variant to this, the type of the template, which depends on the, and I think this is, it only works if you have the functionality there on the variant. This, if it is an object, so in this case would be a variant here. So I do think it would dynamically cast. But it dynamically casts because of the implementation of the object inside of the variant. So it goes over the initialization of the object inside of the variant class and converts based on that, I think. Or the constructor, not really sure. I don't know because they're passing as a pointer. So, but the pointer is not gonna. The pointer is gonna be the type object. So, I'm not really sure. Maybe we should ask that as well. The variant should be converted into, like, is it gonna be the variant related to the object that has the data, the data.memory, and it's gonna hold the object instance inside of the variant there. I'm not really sure how this works though. Because the thing that is passing here is not going to be the object, it's going to be the variant. So Binary common. So I have to. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT how this works. So if the type of the thing of the variant, the question is how does it figure out? I guess I can I can go over with the debugger at some point. Because the thing that's is kind of weird, like even though the variant is made based on the class that passed, the only difference is going to be the member variables of the variant that are assigned on the constructor of each thing. So like in variance itself, I don't think that variant, maybe variant is, this is what I was going to say, I think. Whether or not variant inherits from object, but I don't think it does. Maybe it does. Pretty sure it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. So this is the question because I think in the beginning it's gonna call the constructor here, but this constructor is not gonna do anything, I think. It's basically this one. It's just gonna either returns a null pointer, or I guess. So I guess is the constructor. And this is kind of weird because at the moment that the signal is emitted, like it's just making the object equals to the variant. So I don't see how you would have a type at that moment. This is why it's weird because it doesn't make sense for it to return a null pointer. So obviously what I think about is that you should run the constructor first. But how does that work? The only explanation that makes sense is that it calls the constructor at the variant with passing object first, and then does this. And this just gets from the memory there. But like the reason why this is weird to me is because on the context of the emit signal, I'm not pretty sure if that makes a lot of sense. So if the constructor gets called first, then that thing gets called, then makes sense. But I don't see how on the mid signal it does that because it's receiving the arguments in the function for the first place as the templated arguments, and then it should do the conversion from the templated argument to the variant the first time. So unless it runs the constructor first, then assigns. Obviously, I think that has to be the case because it doesn't make sense for it to be a null pointer when you pass there. So I think it should be initializing, but it's kind of weird to me. But I think that's what's happening probably. So first it runs the constructor, passing this. This makes the type equals to object, allocates memory on the data, which is a union. It's based on the struct that is declared on the variant. Then it does this for the references that the object has. So you keep track of the references. She uses this other class from Godot and then updates the value here. She'll point to the object and she'll get the instance ID. And then after it does that, it calls the operator. And then here it would be after all this stuff. But this is the thing that's kind of confusing because here it should still be a variant. The only difference is it should have the data inside of the variant based on the object. So this is kind of the thing that does not make a lot of sense to me. Because like the only explanation is that I don't understand this stuff very well. But maybe what this is doing is that instead of using variants, I think that's probably what's happening because of the template here. So that makes sense. So at the time that it calls this, because it's gonna call this from the other function. The other function is the templater function, so it's gonna depend on the way that it's called. So I think that's what's happening. So the moment he calls this, the T is gonna be object, or the T is gonna be the type of the class, which might inherit from object or be object. And then this stuff here makes the it compares to see if it's an object. So it compares the class, not the variant. But then it's passing the variant to the class. So it's casting the variant through the type. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. So it does make sense. So it uses the function from the object to cast the variants. But yeah, I think the question that I had is more about the argument. It's like how does it pass the variant to the function if the function accepts an object and not a variant? So the question is, how do I ask this to ChatGPT? Let's just copy and I'm just gonna copy the function here. Oh, no, but it is from the struct. Oh no, it's not from the struct. It's from the object. Yeah. The object has this function. Oh, this, yeah, but it still doesn't make sense. Oh, it's because it's a pointer. So the variant is just the address. It's not passing the variant class. Hmm. So maybe when it calls this function, that's the thing. Because of the thing of the way C++ works. So there's something happening on the variant class that allows you to pass, allows you to declare the type as a variant on the function there, on the cast. But because it's a pointer, you're actually passing the type that is related to that, that the variant was initialized with. So in this case, the variant like would be initialized with the object. So the pointer would be a pointer to an object or anything that it inherits from an object, I think, instead of the variant, and that's how you can pass on the function. It doesn't have, only the other one has. So I think that the last part there doesn't make sense for from ChatGPT. But I think the parts of the pointer make sense. So like when this is called, is passing the pointer to the variant. Because it's a pointer, the pointer can have type of variant, but it's pointing to something that has. But it's still kind of confusing. Obviously, there's an explanation. It's something to do with the way that the compiler resolves everything, but it's kind of confusing. But obviously, conceptually, I understand what's happening. Just passing the variant and then it's casting with the type of the template. And this type's going to be the type that you initialize the variant with. So it's going to be either an object or something that inherits from an object or any other types that the variant class manages. And this is going to return that type. And then once it returns that type, you can put that type on the as an argument on the function that emitted this, or the function that is going to be called after you emit the signal. So I'm going to continue to follow this stuff here. And so I stopped on this one. So I think what I have to do is just copy. I have to do this for, so I have to put all the arguments there, I think. So I think this is the different constructors you can have. The question is, do I put? I think I'm not. I'm just gonna put the one that I have there and see what happens. I'm gonna put at the end here. I'm gonna remove this, remove this, remove this. So the first one is the class or structs, I think. Then the other ones are parameters. And the first one is the instance, which is the base. The other ones are parameters. So let me think how this is gonna work. So P would be the floats that I have there on the default constructor, or on the constructor of the thing that I created there. So it would be float or double, and then you would call the cast with the variant arguments. So the type is floats, the variants. And it's kind of confusing. Yeah, I think it's not very good to try to understand from here because I don't know when this is gonna be used. Yeah, but all I have to do there, I think, is just put the floats there. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. So just put the floats, then see what happens. Try to. So, like I said, no. And this is kind of confusing. So I guess like so the thing is the templates arg names. So I guess they are the same. One is just a string, the other one is the types. So yeah, there is the name of the arguments. So I think there's that. So floats, data, gravitational. That's kind of like. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna do like this for now, so it's easier to understand. I'm gonna copy. I just write copy. I hate when it does that. So floats. I should have done this here. So tree, string. Just gonna double check each time. Alright, just put everything and then I think about it. So 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. I think this is correct. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna leave like this. So now the next thing. I just make sure. I think this should be correct. Maybe should test now to see what happens. I'm gonna finish these ones. But the thing is, I'm gonna finish because I know it's gonna throw a bunch of errors if I don't have the constructor. Both the constructor, the main things are the constructor and the operator overload there. So add destructor, just the type. Interesting that there isn't objects. So I think, and my stuff doesn't have a destructor, so I probably shouldn't put here. But I'm not really sure if it matters or not, because regardless of whether or not you put, I think you always have the destructor. But when you declare, it specifies what you do. You can specify what you do. But I'm not gonna put anything. And this doesn't matter. So next thing. Variant utility functions. I think it doesn't matter for the stuff that I'm doing there. It doesn't matter. Probably it doesn't matter anymore as well. So the next thing is probably this stuff. So I'm gonna put after the array as well. I think it should be the same name. I think I'm just gonna return null pointer. The object is null pointer as well. And let me see what how the vector works. Oh, these ones that they return the thing. So maybe I should do this instead. I think I should just return the instance of the thing. But I'm gonna have to, so I'm gonna put the values there. Yeah, so return the thing, put the values. Fuck. I should have put here after these other ones. So now I have to pass all the values that I have here. I guess I don't need to pass because the default values. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave without anything. So I think when I call like this, it's gonna call this one, hopefully. I'm gonna leave like this. So next one is probably gonna be to implement the constructor. And I'm gonna copy the object one. I'm gonna copy the vector on the way it passes there. It's probably reference. And then I copy the object in the way that is gonna work. Oh, the objects is different. I guess I'm gonna copy this one and replace. It's the same thing. Wait a minute. Sure. Let me see the other ones. Just now. I think I'm gonna leave empty to not pass anything. Oh, but the thing is, they all pass. Hmm. And this might be a problem because they're all passing the instance inside of this thing. Don't understand very well. Because the only thing that makes sense is that every class has a constructor that accepts its own type on the initialization. But I'm not really sure if that makes sense. Maybe just casting the type. Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense as well. Or creating a copy. I think I have to put there just because all the other ones also puts the ones that allocate memory. It's probably because of the memory, so that is doing this. Let's see on one of them if it has like, what kind of constructor it has constructors. So it does have one that's no, but so it doesn't have a constructor that accepts the same type. So you just have to put it's probably something because of the memory allocation. Just maybe it's turning the pointer into a copy. I'm not really sure, but I think that's probably something along those lines. Here. So I'm just gonna put as well. Yeah, I think now I should test and see what happens. Probably, like I said, what I'm gonna do is just remove everything. I'm gonna try again. I'm not gonna remove before I try with the other way, but now I think I realized what the error was. It was just because I was putting the type on the function as the derived type, not object. So that's the reason why it was conflicting, I think. And I think it's because I wasn't passing as a pointer as well. So maybe if I'm gonna try both things. I'm gonna try to put the derived type as a pointer. Then if it doesn't work, I'm going to put the object because it raises all these questions to me about the way that it's gonna work on the when it's like how the compiler is gonna figure everything out. because in my mind, like if it was because of that, then the moment if you declare, but it might be actually because on the other ways it also like is the same logic on the other situations. So usually when you have the derived type, you're gonna put the base type on the function definition on other situations as well. So I think it's just the way, like the normal way it works. Yeah, I think like the other way around it works. So when you put the base type and you pass a higher type, then the compiler figures out and deduces the type from the derived one. But if you have the other way around, then it doesn't work because you're specifying the higher type, but then you're trying, like, there's no way for the compiler to deduce into the base type. And that's the reason why when you try to convert into a variant, it's not going to have the functionality because it doesn't understand what the class is because the compiler didn't convert. But if you do the other way around, then it goes to the base class, which is the lowest denominator, and then it uses that on the variant. So on the variant, it's going to save the thing as an object type, and then it's going to allocate the memory to the pointer to the object on the data memory of the variant. And because it does that, at the moment it's going to emit the signal, it's going to do that is stripping of types using std. And what that's going to do is going to figure out the original type that the object had, I think. And then it's going to use the object class to cast into the type again. And that is going to pass that as the argument, I think. So it's probably the way that they intended it to work, which makes a lot of sense. So I knew that there was something. I talked about this in the beginning of the stream that because it wouldn't make sense for them to build in a way that you always have to add an additional thing. So but at the same time, I think it was better to do this anyway because I wanted to do this at some point because I knew like I had to clarify more how the type conversion works because I think it's a very important part of the process of how everything works. Because signals are used everywhere. Every GUI element uses a signal, and basically everything that is connected with an event because that's how it's gonna pass information. So like the events of are happen on the window in the interaction of in the window, and then it's like the signals are propagating the events through the tree based on the logic you put. It's similar to the way it works on the DOM, but it's different, I think. But I think that the main difference is probably exactly the same, just the observer pattern that they call. Is the thing that it was confusing to me in the beginning was this relationship, but it might be slightly different actually because of the way that they check to see whether or not something has an event. Because I think that the only difference is that but the browser might be. I think that it might be different, but I'm not really sure. Because on the browser you subscribe to the DOM element as well, so it does make. Yeah, but the thing that emits the event is the browser itself. So it's you have only one side. When you're building applications, you're subscribing through yeah, subscribing to the browser, and then the browser sends the event directly to the thing. On Godot, the event is sent to the base type, and then the base type from the function that is called after the event is received. There's gonna be function. There's gonna have you're gonna be able to put functionality inside of the function that emits a signal that traverses the tree to the functionality on the other objects, I think. So I think is slightly different. The first time usually takes a lot of time because it redoes everything, I think, because the variant is used everywhere probably. But then if there are errors, then the second time I think is a lot faster because it caches everything. I'm gonna remove this stuff. Let me read here, because I think that's why I left this. Sending custom struct breaks because the reason why mid-signal works is the variance class functionality. This is conversion between types, so that's how it's able to receive arguments from one type and converts them into variants. Then later use some variance struct macros to figure out what is the type. Yeah. I'm gonna delete this stuff. Finish implementing Barn set parameters, struct, part of the variant class. Mid-signal. That's what happens. Not global events using variant template. Yeah, this one I'm not gonna do anymore because I think it doesn't make. Maybe you should do it just to study, to understand what happens when you pass. Yeah, but I think it would be pretty much the same thing. Like I would have to do something similar because there wouldn't be a way to, unless you pass an array, which is just a pointer. So, and then you would follow into the same stuff. But array, the difference is the array subscribes there, but it's still and the vector, it doesn't subscribe vector. So you like vector 2, I wouldn't be able to send. A hash, I wouldn't be able to send as well because I would have to do the same thing that I'm doing now. So like if I do just like a templated function to receive the signal, then I would have to use variance anyway to cast the type to figure out the logic inside of the function. So I think that it doesn't make a lot of sense. It might make sense, but then I still have to understand how this stuff works. But like it might make sense because it might be faster, true. Because then you can loop over the arguments and check to see the type of each one, and then based on, let's say if only the first, or if the first type that you pass matters more than the other ones, then maybe it's slightly faster because you check in the beginning of the function to see if the first type is something, and then if it is, you return. Then you would save the computation of the rest, but I think it's not like that big of a deal that matters that much. I think that's just passing the struct or whenever you want to pass more complicated data, you probably that's how you should do it. You just inherit from object and then you put whatever functionality you want on that one, and then it's going to figure out based on the pointers. So you should always declare as a pointer in the function that receives the type. And then it's gonna use this variance stuff to figure out where the memory is for the class, and then it's gonna get the class you created from that point, I think. So this was the equal. So it's probably because of the thing of the constructor. It's because I don't have. Let me see if the other classes have the functionality. So if they overload the equals operator. Let me see if there's other errors. So I think that it's just this one. Oh, so here I put this stuff. Probably that's the error. Static assert file. This is the other thing that happened in the beginning of the GD extension that I said that I don't understand how this works very well. Maybe it's because I have a pointer here. So it's probably because of but object is the pointer. The thing is I don't understand how this works. I'm just gonna try to remove this, see if fix this. I'm gonna try to solve the other one because I think the other one is probably easier to solve first. And I'll try this one. But I think, yeah, the problem is I probably, yeah, like I said, I probably don't need to implement the equal operator. I want to clarify whether or not the overloads, every class that has that thing there, the operator overloads the equal or not. Because I think they probably do. And that operator that's adding there is for when you have two classes of the same type. In the case, depends on what you put on the template there. But I think if you put the two types the same, then it's whatever happens when you make one instance of the class equal to another. So what functionality is going to happen? But I'm not sure, because initially I was thinking about that it's probably the constructor that does that already. So, but I'm not really sure. Here it doesn't have anything, I think. It doesn't have the equal operator. Maybe the vector does though. Yeah, the vector does. So I think all of them probably do. I'm gonna check on the other ones. So if that's the case, then what I would have to do is just implement the operator. I think I'm just gonna comment it out and see if it. The problem is gonna be these two errors here that are related to GD extensions. So let me see. So if I was gonna, now I'm thinking that is more like it's much better to do the other way that I was doing. So I'm just gonna try to inherit from object and delete the stuff that I did here, and then put the class on the other one. Yeah, and then follow that route because I think it makes a lot more sense. So that way that everything related to the modules stays on the module, the files. And I just create another file, which was the way that I was doing before with all the structs, custom structs that I'm gonna use to pass information from the GUI elements to the other stuff. And all of them are gonna inherit from object. So I think that way makes a lot more sense. So that's probably what I'm gonna do. But if I wasn't going to do that way, then what I would do is just probably overload the operator on the struct and just copy the functionality that they use on other ones. Just see how they do it. Just declaring here based on this. It's probably because this. So is this constructor here. So it's creating an array of constructors of this type, I think. Maybe. Because I think this is an array of this struct that is here. And then initialize with these variables here. So I think the first one is going to be the type. So it should be Baron Sauce. I don't understand the check though. Oh, this is used on the other one. It's because of the size here that I don't understand. It's 30 choices for. I don't understand why the other ones are different. Maybe just how to make times floats. I think it's dependent on the amount of stuff you have there. Yeah, so, but like, why divide in 4 here? But I think that the size here reflects the member variables of each class. So here the vector has two floats or two doubles, but I don't understand like why is there 4 different values here? So it should be here, but I'm sure if this. Because the problem is I have one double and the rest is floats, so I'm not really sure what to do here. And I don't understand why there's 4 different values there. So I think that each value represents the size of the number of the member variables. So maybe what I should do, I'm just gonna copy this, and then I'm gonna try to put, yeah, but if I do plus, I mean, maybe that works. I'm just gonna try stuff here, see what happens. But I think I need to put the amount of stuff I have there. Like, not really sure. I don't know, understand this well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 'Cause I think they should be for different. Obviously, it's because I don't understand the context in which this is going to be used. But I think I understand this. Like, it's just creating an array of this struct here with this default, with these values here that it passes. So each value inside of these ones are the values that are here. But I don't understand why it has these values here and what's the purpose of this struct. Based on the other ones, I'm just going to do it like this. And I think here it just checks to see if the size is equal to the size of the class. So it's based on the member variables of the class. Let's set that. Yeah, I'm gonna try like this, see what happens. Yeah, again, the same thing. Yeah, forgot to comment this out. Alright, sir. So it's trying to build the class. It still has the errors here. It does have the same values. Hmm. Thing is, not sure if there's anything useful here. This value shouldn't have anything. I guess it depends on the way that this is called. It's probably because the types have to be this. But I think that doesn't make sense. It does pass here. Hmm. I'm gonna try again because maybe some of the errors are gonna go away after I commented out. I don't understand that the error messages very well. I think in some of the functions it's trying to use this constructor here, and then there is something that is going on with the types. So maybe it's a struct that I forgot. I should put here. I also think there's probably something else going on here. So it's saying see reference to the thing. Well, it might be just because of this, because I don't have the thing. So it's replacing the T there, and it doesn't have. So it doesn't have this struct here. I'm just gonna try again if after adding the thing there. So the other problem is obviously this stuff here. The size of this is mismatched. So it makes me think there's something wrong in the order. And that doesn't make sense. This is after here. It might make sense because of the values here. The thing is, I'm not really sure if I should put. Maybe I put floats on one and then double on the other one. So the last two ones on the vector are double. So maybe that's the problem. I should put double here and double there, but like I don't understand. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I would have to spend a bunch of time trying to understand the context in which this is used to understand that, I think. Hmm. Nice. So the other one disappeared, but how is this? Right, max plaza. I wonder if I comment it out what is gonna, because the variant max is gonna be one more. I think that's the problem. Let me try if I comment it out and see what happens. The problem is I need to spend time. Or I can try to just put 9 floats, 9 times floats plus 1 double on everything. But the thing is, I don't understand the points of this. I think you need to put the, so it might be the size of the thing, the class. So maybe I need to put, maybe it's not because you have to divide everything and it's based on the type you have there. So it's how many of these would take to get the whole class, I think. So first you translate the, so I need to get the size, which is going to be 4 times the floats times 9. So 16 times 9. 90, 54, 144. Then you divide by this. Yeah, I think that's what. Yeah, that's what's happening. So it's putting everything on an array, and I think this is the size of each thing. So you're building the size of this struct. So let me think about this. So I think for each one is going to depend on the size of the thing. So first I need to calculate the. It's gonna be. I'm not really sure if this is in bits. I think it's in bytes because the thing is gonna be is an unsigned integer. So maybe I should just figure out how to ask ChatGPT to do the calculation for me. It's gonna be 9 times the float. I think it is in bytes. So 9 times 4 plus the double. Double I think is 8 bytes. Plus 8. Just 44. And 44 divided by 2. It's gonna be 22. But there they're putting multiplication. So how many unsigned integers it takes to do 22 divided by 4? Doesn't make sense. So first I'm gonna try to multiply and add, but I don't think that's gonna work. It has to be different on each one, I think. So it's basically based on the type you have there, and then this overall size. I think the size that I have there is 44 bytes. So I think double is 4, and double is 8, float is 4. No, so I have no, I have 9. I have 9 floats. It was 9 times 4. That's 9. I think I did the thing incorrectly there. Oh, yeah. So it is 44. So I have 44 in total. And then for each one, and so I'm gonna ask each one unsigned integer. Maybe I'll just ask like this. I just got like here. Because the thing that is confusing is that they're making based off floats, but if I do 22, I think but the 32, so 32 is gonna be 4, so I think it's the same size of the float. 32 times 8, 32 divided by 4 is 8, or 32 divided by 8 is 4. So 4 is a float, so it's gonna be the same size of the float. So maybe I should put just. So maybe the first two just floats, and the other one is just. So it's just gonna be 2 more because the double is 2 more. So it's like 11, I think. And then on the other one is in terms of double, but that's the problem. So maybe here is 9 times floats. 9 times floats. Plus. The thing is, none of them use plus, so I'm not really sure if this is correct. I guess I can try, see what happens. So the last two are gonna be doubles for sure, floats. So I think all of them are probably the same based on this. There should be 11 times floats on all of them. Hey man, what's up? I'm trying to implement a new variant on Godot. Oh, let's see if it works. Yes, it is. So just type GitHub Godot. I think it's probably the best open source engine that I found, at least. Unity and Unreal are semi-open. So Unreal, you can see the source code if you have the premium GitHub whatever or something like that. And I think Unity you can't see the open source, the code. Uh, still fail. So what I can try is just pass everything. I can pass everything to. The weird thing is that the packet color is. So I think that the problem is that it's overlapping somehow, but it doesn't make sense to overlapped before. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT if he knows. But I think it's base. It is what I'm saying. It's basically based on the size of the class. So the size of the struct determines are. But I don't understand the conversion. Thank you, man. If this is a compliment, thank you. Not sure if ChatGPT is gonna understand this. I think the problem is probably the calculation there, but I'm not really sure. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would the value of the this match the value of this? Server about what? It depends on what it is. Is from Discord? What do you mean by server? On Discord? Oh, what is the name? Is there any way to see without getting into the server, just see the name, stuff like that? The problem is this Discord is that like I'm gonna be honest, I never use Discord. I just usually I just go into Discord whenever I have a question, and then I spend some time. I spend some time on some of the servers trying to answer other people's questions because just to balance it out, the amount of give and take. But I never spend time because it's just mostly gonna be noise and not signal. So this is kind of the problem, and I don't wanna spend a bunch of time. I do think it's good though to like you learn a lot by you learn a lot by uh, like seeing people's questions and trying to answer. But I think I'm past the stage of yeah, obviously for helping other people is beneficial, I think, but like I don't see because also I think it's not it doesn't help very much. Like there are other ways to help, I think, and I value more my time doing stuff that I'm doing now, so building things because usually yeah. I think it can be a good thing. It depends on the moment and the time you are at. So, like looking at the questions here, trying to help people, but I think is more high return on investment to just continue to build the stuff that I'm building. Like, I think over the long run, like for society as a whole, I think it helps a lot more. It's like the thing that Elon said some time ago, and I agree with that part a lot as well. It's like it matters more to actually try to do good than just care about looking good, trying to help, something along those lines. So it's more important to see what is actually going to have an effect. It's like it's something that people don't understand as well. Like when people think that oh, all these billionaires have all this money, if they just gave half of their money to everybody, it would be different. But what people don't get is that it doesn't matter because like if you give more money to a drug addict, you're just gonna make them worse. It's not gonna help them because you're just putting fire, you're just putting gasoline on fire. So it's a lot helping. Actually, helping is a lot harder. So I view it like in a similar way where a lot of the times it is helpful. Like, it depends on the person that is asking, but a lot of the times it's just a waste of time because Like you're just feeding an unhealthy behavior, let's say. Like some of the questions people don't even search anything. Also, another thing that I've noticed is that usually a lot of times when you ask questions, like people don't even take the time to understand what the question is about. They already like just dismiss or like say some stuff that doesn't make any sense. They don't even try to understand. Yeah, but it's whatever. Cause it, yeah, that's a good intention. It's very hard to pull it off, but I think that's yeah, it is a good like intention to do. The problem, and this is what I found as well, like on other areas, is that like like this is the reason why why money exists, like because most people don't actually want to do stuff. So the only way to actually do things is like creating a company. So like you need to, most people need to be paid to do stuff, and that's why they become employees. So it makes more sense because it's not necessarily it's not a bad thing or good thing. It's more like a way of behavior. Like because most people are not proactive and they usually are going to default to their subconscious, which is trying to minimize risk and then minimize risk and energy expenditure. They're going to be reactive, and because of that, they need the incentive of being like forced or having the reward of the salary to make money. And usually, because of human nature, that's what is going to make sense on like groups. That's the way the hierarchy is gonna form. Like the person that is most proactive is probably the one that is gonna build the business, and then the other ones need money, which is the salary to do the work. So when you try to have these groups where like these chats where you're sometimes it makes sense because like you have two different people that like are proactive themselves and they understand how it works, and then you can kind of see based on the question. But a lot of the times you're just reinforcing people that don't want to put it to work because yeah, you're reinforcing their bad behavior by giving them what they want. So it's kind of a tricky, but I think that sometimes it makes sense. And usually this is the reason why people like those masterminds. But I also don't like that because then it's like gatekeeping. So you create a group, then you charge a bunch of people like a bunch of money to enter the group, and then only the people that are willing to put in the work, they are part of the group, because that way you filter the people that are not invested. That makes a lot of sense as well, like in some situations. But the bad part's that then like you're gatekeeping based on money. So I think that for something like this to work, you would have to be something where you only allow people if they show. Like, I think that YouTube is a great example, like what I'm doing here. Like if you have something that you only allow people to get in after they demonstrate effort, I think that's a very great idea because then you demonstrate investment. And usually, either way, like any way you're gonna do, is gonna fall into the same thing because what's gonna determine human behavior is gonna be the Pareto distribution, which is the pattern of reproduction, which is gonna be the 80-20 rule. So in any group, for various reasons, it's not necessarily that the people on the group are unproductive, but just the nature of human dynamics and physics. Usually, there's gonna be one. It's gonna follow an exponential curve. The people that are most invested into the group, and the other is just gonna be the other parts just gonna be like the mass of the stuff. So usually, yeah. So I think on that circumstance, like if you're able to create a community where you filter based on effort, and then you understand that most part of the community is not going to be invested, then I think it can be a win-win situation in some circumstances. But it's very hard to pull it off. And I think so far this has been like one of the biggest problems with Discord that people say, and I agree. So usually it evolves more into high noise, low signal because of the nature of the thing. But I do think it's worth to try, obviously. I, I think there's another thing that people, like a lot of times, people don't think like this. And the more stuff that I do, the more I think like this, is that it's always better to try and fail if the risk doesn't kill you or is not an irrecoverable risk, which in this case is obviously not. So there's always going to be risk involved, but it's always better to try and see what happens. And then you learn from the mistakes and you grow and become better. The only circumstance where you have to think a lot more is when like your life is on the line. So, which in this case it kind of is like with YouTube as well because of reputation and stuff like that. But I still think that you should always lean more in the size. And this is something with poker as well. The default behavior for people is not to take the risk, and that's usually the biggest exploit that people that know how to play have. So in the beginning, you don't know anything, so you just bet anything, you just like, and that loses money because you are not aware of the risks. Then you learn more, and then what usually happens is that you go from one extreme to the other, where you become a lot more passive because now you're aware that if you put these bets very dumb, and then usually professional players are gonna have these exploits where they're too conservative, and I think that is the same thing in life. Like the more you learn, the more people become conservative, but the other way should be the default option. You always take the risk. But obviously, the highest level is always going to be the balance between the two. So it's going to depend on the circumstance, and you're going to have to analyze based on the circumstances the trade-off of risk risk reward. So ChatGPT, I don't remember if I. Oh, I did. So here, ChatGPT is saying that it's double and double. I don't understand why. Maybe this value, the last value doesn't matter, and that's why this one is overlapping with this one. But the error should be the other way around. But yeah, maybe because this one is the max. So also on that thing, I also think that's like it's not black and white because this is another thing that people fall into. I think a lot of times, and I fall into this too as well. Like putting a label into someone, like saying this person is proactive or this person is not proactive. I think that doesn't make sense. If any, the same with any label because people are going to be a reflection of the environment and they're going to fluctuate all the time. So it's always a gradient, never a simple binary. So usually the tendency to deviate to binary is because of Occam's razor to maximize the energy or minimize the energy expenditure you do. So people always simplify. The defaults for simplifying, and yeah. So usually people are gonna put the label like these people are, but the same person can be different things depending on the circumstance, and people change all the time. So usually it's gonna be a gradient, and the way the label is gonna work is based on the gravitational force of that gradient in some circumstance. So the timer went out here. I think I'm gonna stop streaming now, and I'm pretty sure that the way that I'm thinking here is correct. So the issue here is the size. Something with the size, but I'm not really sure why. So the size here of this array of structs should be equivalent to the size of the of the size of the classes. But I'm not really sure what size should I put here. ChatGPT said this, but it doesn't work. I'm not sure why though. So I'm gonna try it one last thing. I'm just gonna let me read. It's mostly gray, but it's almost worth trying to create a community, which is not always work, and maybe share similar coding memes or use a lot of things which you might miss out on usually. Anyways, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. You should do it. I'm just saying it's hard to pull it off, and you should have a filter mechanism. If you just accept everyone, then it's not gonna work. And obviously it depends on what you're doing, but even if you're doing to make money, I think it doesn't make sense. Like you're just gonna be in a lose-lose situation if you accept everyone. Like maybe you can, or a win for you and lose for them, but over the long term, this situation is gonna be lose-lose, I think. It depends, I think, on what you're gonna do. Because you have to look for the holistic perspective on society, I think. But obviously, yeah, I think that is very debatable because it's kind of hard. But obviously, if you're looking for a win for you and lose for me, then obviously I don't want should be a part of it. So, but I trust that you are not. So, if you're looking for a win-win, then I think the best way is a filter mechanism. And if you're looking for a win-lose, then it might be possible that, and it's the whole problem with market economy is that people think they're winning because they don't have awareness of their emotions and they can see the connection that they have with the environment. So like they get greedy over time basically, and they want too much because the energy never stops. So it has too much momentum, and then ends up creating is like the person that says controversial things to gain influence on the internet. Initially, they think they are in control, but then the thing controls you because you become addicted. You started off addicted to it, and then you gain more and more and more, and it snowballs. And now you're not in control anymore, and then you become like the. At first, you thought that you were the master, but then you become the slave because now you're always chasing this thing, and you're not self-aware enough because you're always rationalizing. So eventually, it comes to bite you in the ass because initially you gain a lot of power, and then on the long term you destroy society. But then you can argue that doesn't matter because people control everything. So countries, like, it doesn't matter if a country goes down because money is global. So the people that control things don't care. They always win. But I think on the grand, like on the very long term plan, it doesn't work out because it's not sustainable. You have to take into consideration the complexity of the whole. And it's the same with the community. So another thing you can do is freemium stuff as well. Then that makes sense. But yeah, Uh, in that situation, I wouldn't want to participate either. But like, I think it works for some people where you have a freemium. So you have a free area on Discord, and then you have a paid one, and then you get a bunch of people, and then you make money. But no, more interested in win-win situations. So the last thing that I'm gonna try is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. But the thing is, if I change to a float here, it's gonna fuck up everything. But I think that the last two ones have to be double the size of the first ones because the last is doubles. So the thing is that I need that 10 floats. Oh, that doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to see if you can convert. Because the problem here is I think that I need to do like a number times the float, probably 10 times the float and plus 1, but it doesn't make sense because like the size doesn't add up. One is the double of the other, so the other one it doesn't unless I make times true. So 10 times says a float plus 1 double on here, and then on the other one 10 times size of double plus or 13 times because it's true, or 12 times the size. I don't think that makes sense. Yeah, so it's very slow. Let me try this one last thing then. But the problem is I have to put the same on all of them. That's what. On the other true, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, it's 11 because of the floats. So this true is the ones that I don't understand. So let's say it's double. So yeah, but yeah, the type changes. So the only thing that changes is the plus. So here would be double. So it would be 10 double. But for the double, it would have to be so like times 2. So it would be 11. So maybe it's just 11. This is 11 on this 2. So yeah, 9, 1, 9, 1, 11. I'm not really sure that makes sense. Hmm. So if this doesn't work, I'm just gonna stop here. Probably I'm gonna go the other route anyway, so it is kind of annoying because I'm gonna have to redo everything, but it doesn't matter that much because I think it's worth it with the stuff that I learned about this. Here you're just saying to do the same, but I think it's not. This way is not gonna work. Maybe this is the last one that I try. So it didn't work. So the last one that I'm gonna try is this, the one ChatGPT sent here. I think that it might be something else because of the size of packet color mismatch. But I think it might be because of the size here. So it's triggering this, but it might be because of the size. Well, one thing that I can do is change the place that I'm uh, specifying this as well to see if it would give like the same error message, like do 2 different error messages, even though I'm just changing one. This so I'm just gonna stop here. Then, so next time I'm probably. So I think I'm satisfied. So like I've solved the other errors and I think I understand very well now how it works. So this here is just related to GD extension and it's something that they do here when they're converting the JSON, I think, to generate the extension. So I think the other stuff I'm like there are no errors, so I'm satisfied. I think I understand now how everything works, but I'm probably gonna spend some time upstream still trying to figure this out to see. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to solve the size here, some more time upstream, But probably next time that I stream, I'm just gonna continue, and I'm gonna continue from the other place. So yeah, I'm gonna remove the stuff that I did to add the struct. First, I'm gonna test with the file in the way that I was trying to do it before, but just change the type to object and see if that works. Then if that works, I'm going to remove the stuff that I did and just use the object instead. And yeah, so the way that I'm gonna do it is just gonna be with the same struct and then declare the type as the object on the base on the function that receives the signal, but then use the other struct to update the physics. And then if that works, then I'm going to finally start studying the GUI elements. And then I'm going to build the next step is going to be to build the GUI element there for the physics configuration. Then after I do that, I'm just gonna do a simple scene with like random places for the spheres. So just build the graph and do random places with the physics. And after I do this, then I think I'm going to translate Barnsat solver to C++, and then I'll think about what to do next. So see you then.